Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Well. I figured we could wait for the Game Awards together. I don't know if I'm the only one doing this type of video. I'm probably not. There's probably other people doing this type of video. Went to Dunkin', got a coffee. The one of the cashiers must have thought I was cute because not only did she get me not only did not only did I get a pretty good coffee. Um, I mean, I paid for the coffee, right? But she gave me something for free. I was talking about me kind of wanting a blueberry muffin, and she's like, "Oh, it's on the house. Here you go." I'm like, "Wow, really? Thank you." She must have thought I was cute or something. I don't know. Don't know, don't care. Delicious. It's good coffee. Good coffee. I barely drank any soda today, to be honest with you. I'm trying to cut back on the soda that I drink. It's nothing against the soda, but just I need to stop having stomach issues. Um, and I'll occasionally drink a Pepsi or whatever because it's one of the or water, but I'll stop drinking as much Pepsi. Gotta cut it out eventually. That's what I'm trying to do. Maybe I'll grab one later. I don't know, but I'm trying to drink less Pepsi. Less Pepsi. Okay, less, not more. But hey, oh shit. Oh god. Anywho, yeah, I decided to go live because I really have nothing better to do, and I'm waiting for the Game Awards anyway. So I figure we can wait together. And this is a large, by the way, large coffee, large cold brew. It's the only coffee I really like that's iced. I do have an iced coffee in the. Oh shit! I forgot I had an iced coffee in my freaking fridge. It's not one of these. It's one of the. It's one of the store brands. Actually, no. It's technically one of Dunkin's new iced coffee things. They have these iced coffee things you can buy at stores, and I would say they're kind of like the frappuccinos that you can buy from one of the stores, the Starbucks kind. Um, but it's an iced coffee that they sell, and you can buy it in the store, and it's pretty nice. I like those. I like when I got food stamps. I used to get one of those every single time I went to the store. Now I'm going to the store less because obviously I don't want to go in this shit. You should take a look at it, how it is right now. It is um, it's winter already. It's winter already. I wasn't expecting winter for a few more months, very least, because last year we didn't really have winter too much. We had winter for like 3 months, but now I guess winter came early. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Did I tell you I have an Xbox over here, right in front of me? Um, this is my computer monitor. I have my computer monitor right now, right? And I have a an Xbox here just because I like to have an Xbox at every screen I have, and I have my 1080p TV over there. I have my 4K one right over here. Here, my monitor is 4K, and ah, so rumor is the new Tomb Raider has leaked, and I mean, hey, Lara looks beautiful as always. I mean, Lara's probably the most gorgeous woman on the in the gaming world. I mean, unless you count Samus Aran. Samus is also very gorgeous. But now it's rumored that there's going to be a new Tomb Raider game, and it's called Legacy of Atlantis, and it's allegedly supposed to be a remake of the first game. I don't know. I have a problem with that. I have such an issue with the concept of a remake of the first game because I was just playing. I wasn't live streaming it or nothing, but I was playing the very first game, the one that came out in the 1 through 3 remastered trilogy, and you could now when you play the game, you have the option of either tank controls or the modern controls, and I like the modern controls because I'm not playing the fucking tank controls. I'm sorry, it's just not my thing. That's why I like playing Resident Evil with the modern control layout, not the. Anyway, point being, playing the first game, so great the first game, and then of course you also have Anniversary, right? Anniversary was another remake of the first game. It was a remake of the first game, not a remaster. It was a remake, and Anniversary was also fantastic. But apparently, they want to remake the game a third time. I guess, or it's quite confusing. I know Core Design technically made the first Tomb Raider game, and then Crystal Dynamics made the second remake, which was Anniversary. So Crystal Dynamics is making the first game a third time, apparently. Let me actually look it up. Tomb Raider. I find it kind of absurd that they would remake the game a third time. But then again, I can understand a lot of people probably aren't playing the older games. Then again, I think what they should do is obviously you have Tomb Raider 1 to 3, right? That's the first game in the series. First 3 games in the series. Then you have Tomb Raider 4 through 6. Wouldn't it make sense to do Tomb Raider 7 through 9? I mean, that would be that would be Legend, Anniversary, Underworld. And they should do that. They should really do that. That should be their next remaster. I don't think Square Enix owns the series anymore. So whoever owns Tomb Raider now, I think it's Crystal Dynamics is still involved. That's your next game. Okay, that's your next game. Tomb Raider 7 through 9. Obviously, they're coming out with this remake or whatever. We're hearing the first thing about it, but the upcoming Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis is a highly anticipated project that aims to bring back the essence of the original 1996 game while incorporating elements from the rebooted trilogy. The game is set to be a full remake, not just a remaster, and will feature Lara Croft in a more mature and confident state. The title Legacy of Atlantis is the game nod to the game's original game setting, where Lara searches for the lost city of Atlantis. The game is being developed using Epic's Unreal Engine 5 and will be published by Amazon Game. And who's voicing Lara in this game? I know Sophie Turner is going to be playing Lara Croft, but come on, I don't think she's going to be voicing Lara Croft. Sophie Turner is a great actress, by the way. I'm getting fat, by the way. I'm getting fat. Nobody better mess with me because I'm fat. I'll sit on here. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Waiting for the Game Awards, guys. It's quite a few hours away, but we got time. I can show you what I'm reading here. Hold on, share screen. Blah, blah, blah. Behold. I mean, hey, to be fair with you, it might be a good game. Might be a good game. I just have an issue with the fact that it's another remake. Excuse me while I eat this muffin that I got for free, by the way, from by somebody at the Dunkin'. Oh yeah, that's right. My front teeth are bad. I mean, she said it was on the house, so she didn't charge me for it. I'll be honest with you. I bought one Steam game today. I bought Tales of Arise. I own the game on like PlayStation or Xbox or something, but I don't really like playing the game. I'm But I bought it with like $9.99, and I'm like, fuck, I got money. I might as well. I don't plan on spending any more money on anything else. Well, almost. I'll be right back. Don't you hate the feeling when you get blueberries stuck in your stuck in your teeth? I know. You don't have teeth. Someone's gonna say that. I do have teeth. They're just very bad. At this point in my life. Oh, shit. All right. I gotta check my bank account, see how much I have. I need the money tomorrow. Not only do I have to pay my rent, right? But technically, I could pay my rent Monday. So Monday is going to be the last day to pay it, and I have enough to pay it in full. Oh, I should probably call my sister too. Later on, I gotta. Shit. I won't go. I won't go there today. Uh, I gotta go tomorrow and buy some trash bags for 'cause I'm out, and maybe some shampoo so I can take a shower and not have my hair look like this. I mean, I did take a shower yesterday, but I didn't use much shampoo to be honest with you. Not that much I typically use. So, oh, okay. This is the first time I've done a game, a game awards live stream. I've never done it before in my life. I once made a video and it got 20,000. I swear to God, it got 20,000 views. Like a video I made talking about Half Life 3 winning game or Half Life 2 winning game of the decade. And how it was a joke because Half Life 3 didn't come out. People hated me on it. It was all over freaking. What was it? It was all over like Reddit and stuff. People were commenting left and right on it. People were viewing it all the time, and I deleted the video on my old Boy 1000 channel when I had that. So I deleted the video real like probably like a few months later. Because I actually, to be honest with you, I deleted the entire channel. I deleted the entire channel, and then I recently started a new Boy 1000 channel. Well, actually, no, it wasn't recent. It was like a few years ago. Hold up. I gotta call my sister. And you could probably still hear me, but I'm gonna keep it on. She's not answering. So was calling you to tell I was home now. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at this article from Nintendo Life. I love this. I love this forum. Well, not really a forum. This website, Nintendo Life, because I love Nintendo news. And sorry, it's gas. Titled Tomb Raider: Legacy of Atlantis. Is this game going to come out for the Nintendo Switch 2? I don't know. Does Unreal Engine 5 even work on does Unreal Engine 5 even work on no idea. Oh, hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, ridiculous. Hold on. I forgot. You have to change which web page you're viewing. Okay. Uh, yeah, I haven't drank that much soda today, so I'm a little out of it. I just drank coffee, but it's gonna take a while. I was just at work and I was like a little sluggish because lack of caffeine, And I drank a little bit of soda, one of the fountain sodas, but it's not the same. It's not the same, honestly. To be honest with you, I love this new site. It's called Nintendo Life. They do a great fucking job. I like the Switch and Switch 2, obviously. I'm planning on getting a Switch 2 eventually. I don't know. We'll see how. I mean, they're coming out with a Resident Evil uh, for it. Maybe this new Tomb Raider will come out for it. I don't know. I have no idea, but it would be nice. Now, I was going to look up can Nintendo Switch 2 run Unreal Engine 5? Oh, yes. The Nintendo Switch 2 will support Unreal Engine 5. It has been confirmed that the console will support all features of Unreal Engine 5, including the newly revealed Megalights technology. What is Megalights? I have no idea what this shit is, but apparently it's new. However, there may be some limitations due to the system's CPU when running games powered by Unreal Engine 5. Okay. Well, that you kind of have to expect. That's why they make handheld versions of these games, right? Because there's some you know that there's some limitations, but fact of the matter is, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Anyway, hold on 1 second. I just want to check something. Hold on. I want to go to the page and see if it's Steam Deck compatible. I bought Tales of Arise, like I said, on Steam, and I wanted to check to see if it was. Okay, they have a lot of DLC for that game, but if it's Steam Deck compatible, it's probably worth it. Yes, it's verified. Okay, the game's verified. Steam Deck. Like I said, I played the game on PS5 or PS4 or Xbox. I can't remember which one, honestly, that I played the game on. I know I bought it for both. Be honest with you, I bought them on sale because, I think I bought one of them, like pre-ordered one of them, but I bought one of the other one on sale or some shit. But it was, I don't know. Right. Hold on. I'm getting fat, guys. Forgive me. I'm getting fat. So what were those games? I'm just making sure some games got to my GOG library. All right. This is GOG. Curse of the Azure Bonds. So let me check. All right. Curse. It did. Okay, I think we're all set. As far as GOG goes. Not that I don't like you, GOG. I do like you, GOG. But I was playing Tomb Raider 1 through 3 on GOG really recently. And I just bought 4 through 6. Well, I also have 1 through 3 on the on Steam. and I have it on Xbox. But I bought Tomb Raider 4 through 6 recently on Steam, so I was very excited about that because I wanted to play on the Steam Deck. You know how it is. That Steam Deck is a freaking beautiful machine, let me tell you, and I love playing it. And I hope the Steam machine is pretty good. Not saying I'm gonna buy the Steam machine like really soon, but I'm probably not. But I do like when they release new like games for the Switch and the Switch 2 and Steam Deck, and they have like I like new hardware basically. I love new hardware. Yeah. All right. Let's Game Awards is taking place later today or early tomorrow, depending on your time zone. Every time someone says like, so when they say what's your time zone, I just say New York time zone. I say New York time zone because it's the same Eastern Standard Time. I just say my time is the same as New York's. Actually, Ohio, which is like a state pretty close, they have Eastern time too. So, I mean, I'm basically on the east side of the world. Basically, it's probably the same time here as it is in Florida or some shit. You know. As reported by Eurogamer, the cover art for a new Tomb Raider entry is cropped up online, along with a handful of screenshots, titled Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. Some are speculating that it might actually be another remake of the original game from 1996, which itself also dealt with Atlantis. The cover art features an updated iteration of Lara Croft, which seems to blend the original design with the more realistic take and featured in the 2013 reboot. Lara still looks hot, by the way. She does. Although she's looking a bit bulky, which I wish they would just... hold on. Let's see. Take a look at these screenshots. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Let's see. Hmm? Okay. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, the screenshots are a little pixelated. But we'll see. We're going to see the new Tomb Raider later on today. So, Lara looks good. Lara looks good. The most important looks like, Lara. Lara looks fucking fantastic right now. That's the most important thing. Obviously, we're going to see Resident Evil. We're going to see Resident Evil. Okay? It's possible this new entry could come to the Switch 2. Obviously, the Switch 2 is capable of using Unreal Engine 5. However, we gotta wait. I mean, we gotta wait. I mean, it's just an inevitability that you have to wait. But it's nice to think about, right? It's nice to think about. This game could potentially come out on the Switch 2. Potentially. I'm not going to sit there and say it's not going to, or it's going to, or I'm not going to confirm anything or deny anything that I don't know. And to be honest with you, I want the game to do well because I love gaming. And I want gaming to do well. You know what I mean? I just want to see a couple of articles, to be honest with you, see if anything new or interesting has come. Okay, so they got Sonic Racing Cross Worlds Nintendo Switch 2 edition. That's out now. Apparently, Red Dead Redemption has come out for Switch 2 again. Or the first one came out on Switch not too long ago. And then they released a Switch 2 edition. They also released an Xbox Series X edition. Which, by the way, this is not my Series X controller. This is my One X controller. Let me turn on the Series X. To be honest with you, I feel like I'm gonna want to wishlist some games. You know what I mean? So let's get ready for the Series X. By turning on the Series X, might want to wishlist some games. I don't know. I could do that on the 1X too, but nah, I'm gonna. This Series X is a little faster too. uh, uh, uh. Activision shares update on the future of the Call of Duty series. Jesus Christ! As we wait for something to come of the 10-year deal between Microsoft and Nintendo, the Call of Duty team that has announced its strategies going forward is changing. So from now on, basically, they're not going to do Modern Warfare. Like, say for example, Modern Warfare 2 comes out 1 year. They're not going to do Modern Warfare 3 the next, or Black Ops 6, Black Ops 7 comes out the year after. They're not going to do that for the future. They want to provide a truly unique experience in the entry and drive innovation that is meaningful, not incremental. But hold on 1 second. So basically, people are kind of tired of the yearly Call of Duty, to be honest with you. But they don't want a yearly Call of Duty, but they also don't want back-to-back sequels, right? And hold on, I am taking off my shoes. So, okay, so eventually they're going to come out with Call of Duty for the Switch 2, which will be nice, I'm sure, for those who are interested in that. Yeah, my brother says I could borrow his Switch 2, but I'm like, no, not really anything I want to play. Although this is kind of disappointing. Take a look at this. Surprise! Skyrim Anniversary Edition lands on Switch 2 today. Yeah, okay, you're releasing... I haven't even bought the Switch 1 version of Skyrim, to be honest with you. Updated PS5 and Xbox Series X because they were free. Right? Free up Skyrim for the upteenth time. And if I'm going to buy it, I'm going to buy it. I'll just buy Switch, Switch 2, or the Switch edition because it's only $50. Okay. I need to. God, I'm tired. I tell you what. And I think I have tomorrow off. Remember correctly. Let me confirm that. I think I have tomorrow off so I can stay up. I'm planning on staying up that much just because I gotta go do stuff tomorrow. I gotta go to the bank, get a money order, pay rent. As long as my rent is in by Monday, I think I'll be okay. I am off tomorrow. Good. Good. Jesus. So System Shock Remake is coming to Switch and Switch 2. That's pretty awesome. Oh, I remember this guy. I think he's the one who did the Tekken series, right? But he's apparently leaving Bandai Namco. Hey, I mean, whatever you do, you bro. Congratulations and have fun. Life is so worth living. I'm sure Bandai Namco can do Tekken from now on. To be honest with you, I'm not the biggest fan of Tekken. I did like Tekken. What was it? Tekken 5. Tekken 5 was okay, or was it Tekken 6? I don't remember. To be honest with you, it's been so long since I played. I think it might have been Tekken 6. Um, mhm. By the way, hmm I'm glad my latest video is doing pretty well. It's at 19 views right now, which is, trust me, a lot when it's actually a video I'm proud of because I edited it all with the well, obviously I took multiple I just created like captured multiple clips and just edited them together, so I'm pretty proud of it, to be honest with you. And I did it all from my phone, so yeah, I do have tomorrow off, so I will be able to stay up late to watch this fucking a few hours before it starts. Hold on, let me see. Uh-huh. Mhm. The game. Damn it! I said the game. Okay, whatever. I didn't even know game trailers was still a thing. That's surprising. The Game Awards. They are the actual Game Awards channel. They are starting at 7:30 p.m. So waiting until then. Yeah. Let's let me go. PlayStation Lifestyle. This is another website I check. There's one site called Pure Xbox. That's okay. Set a PS5 and PS4 game being listed. Any. Okay. I don't care about any of those games, so that's good. Glad it's nothing big. If it was anything big, I would have a problem. You know. The thing is, I know the PS Store just dropped a big Resident Evil Requiem leak where they revealed Leon was in the game. But, I already knew he was going to be in the game. Because if you want to release a Resident Evil game, you're going to have, like, a character that embodies Resident Evil. And, I mean, you could have Chris in there, sure. But Chris is off doing his own thing at this time, you know? He was off. I think this was around maybe a few years after Village, so I'm sure he's off doing his own shit. Dealing with freaking what was it? The BSAA. Because he was working against the BSAA at one point. So I don't know, man. What about freaking Jill? I mean, they could have had Jill in here, but I guess they didn't. I guess they just wanted Leon. Where's Claire at this point? I mean, I know she was in Revelations 2, but past Revelations 2, I don't know what else she's doing. Oh, God. Love the PS5 RPG 70% off on PlayStation Store. Oh, Persona 5 Royal? Well, I ain't buying Royal. I already bought Royal like a few times. I think I bought it on Steam. I think I bought it on.
Good morning.
Hold on.
No,
Oh no, not the server! Not the server. The server got nuked. No, I'm kidding. That's a Novant line. By the way, I find that dude freaking ridiculous. Supergirl official dealer trailer. Hold on. Oh God.
You're going to feel most of it on the paper this time. Good job, buddy. Cars are out. Hereby declare the 23 will be the best year yet. Let's be honest, babe, it's not a very high bike clear. I didn't know any of you still alive. What was it like to lose that people in the day? I can't do that in a day. The gods are not that kind. Okay, this does not look like this is gonna end well. For you guys.
Oh shit.
And I see the truth.
Supergirl. I mean, hey, that's cool. Supergirl movie. And it looks decent. You know, the chick from House of the Dragon looks like she's doing a great job. Great job. New PS5 system update release, but don't get your hopes up. Yeah, my hopes aren't exactly up, man. No stomach problems today. Woo. So excited. So excited. I haven't been having stomach problems, but then again, I haven't been drinking much soda. So, hey, you know. I drank a little bit of soda today just just get in my system. But I drank, I have a lemonade in the fridge that I was drinking earlier. And well, I did get a couple of sodas today, but that's just because I could put them on my tab or whatever. But anyway, the rest of the stuff I got, I got, I might go get for more waters tomorrow, to be honest with you. I need more water. I have some water in the fridge already, but I'm going to drink a little bit of it later. You know? Trying to drink less caffeinated soda because it's just been an issue. And to be honest with you, I really got to start drinking other stuff rather than just all soda. Soda's not good for you. And plus, it's not good for my stomach since I have IBS. But, I'm not trying to cut out soda completely. I'm not trying to go cold turkey or nothing. But just cut it out, like, start drinking less of it over time. And I think I'll be good. Responding to the leak drama. What leak drama? I don't know. Apparently people are leaking stuff before the Game Awards comes out. comes out, you know.
Millions of Americans.
Trump called affordability a hoax. Well, of course, because the guy is rich. He's a filthy billionaire, a filthy pedophile billionaire. Guess what? He can afford everything because he's never had to work a day in his life. He's never had to struggle to make ends meet, you know? He's a filthy pedophile, too. Did I mention Trump was a filthy pedophile? Because I just did again.
Secretary was in front of the House Homeland Security Committee today testifying on worldwide threats. But for many lawmakers, the threat was her, as they demanded answers from the DHS secretary on a wide range of her agency's actions, including the decisions behind who to detain and deport.
Madam Secretary, how many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have. Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. The man behind you, please stand up, sir. His name is Jim Brown from Troy, Missouri. He is a Navy combat veteran who served our country in the Gulf War. He's married to a woman named
Secretary Noam the fucking
came to
hoe.
our country legally
Literally.
from Ireland when she was 11 years old. She has lived here for 48 years. Because of you, Jim's wife Donna has been in prison for the last 4 months. She did not come here illegally, and she has never committed any crime other than writing 2 bad checks totaling $80 10 years ago. His father, Narcisco Barranco, is a landscaper in California who has lived peacefully in our country for 30 years and has no criminal record. Last spring, while he was mowing the lawn at an IHOP, ICE agents tackled him in the street and imprisoned him for weeks. A peaceful, hard-working man who raised 3 sons to be United States Marines.
Joining us on Now Justice.
Secretary Noam is a fucking hoe. She's called Ice Barbie because she plays dress up because she's fucking slut. Dude, fuck that bitch. No, I'm not interested in that. What are we doing? Oh, wow. Yes, this is Pepto-Bismol, just in case my stomach starts giving me issues. Look at this that I have. This is one of those beanie hoodies. Not hoodies, but like beanies. And it's Darth Vader themed. Anyway. And I'm still waiting for the Epic Games free game today. I know they're going to announce it eventually, but they haven't so far announced it. because we still got like 3.5 hours before it becomes readily available. I think it's gonna be available. Let's see, 3 hours from now is 8 something, so it's gonna be available around 9 or 9:15. Oh shit! My M key is not working. M. Tomb. Here's what I'll do. Tomb. Okay. Here's how I'll get over it. I'll just search Tomb Raider onto Google. There we go. Boop. Holy shit, guys! Guess what? Tomb Raider's on sale on the Epic Games Store. Every game is at least unless you want to play the remasters, 1 through 6 remastered. That's not available. That's not on sale. But Tomb Raider Game of the Year edition is on sale. Definitive edition is on sale for Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and the 20-year celebration is on sale. $1.99, $3.99, $2.99. Okay. And plus, I should get this Dead by Daylight one. Hold on. Dead by Daylight. Yes. I know I'm saving some money for a couple of the things I need tomorrow, but I could really quickly buy this Tomb Raider DLC for Dead by Daylight. All right. View in library. I recently bought a game called A Game About Digging a Hole on Epic. So I ended up buying that game for like $4.50 or some shit. I got it with partially my rewards because I had like a $4 reward on Epic Game Store. So I used that towards the game, and I only had to spend like 37 cents on the game, on the actual game, which is pretty good, pretty good. But hold on. Hi, bitch. What are you doing? Hi, you little bitchy bitch. Ah, yes. Yes, you bitch. You want to come up? Bitch? Come here. Hey. Don't you be messing with my shoe now. Come on. Oh, you dumb little kitty. You're a bitch. Yes, you are. You'll deal with it. Come on, bitch. Come on, you little bitch. Come on. There you go. Don't worry, I'm gonna pick up those bottles pretty soon. Tomorrow, I think I'll go to the redemption center. Bring back bottles and cans. Oh, hello. Oh, wait. Where are you going? Fine. I wasn't gonna pick you up anyway. I won't pick you up. Nobody wants to live in upstate New York. Of course you don't. You know, I have a friend who lives in upstate New York, honestly.
The economy isn't exactly thriving. The crime rates are pretty bad, and there aren't a ton of job opportunities. So let's.
I have a friend who lives in upstate New York. No joke.
The United States of America.
The winters are miserable. The economy isn't.
Yeah, well.
Hey sir, did you order a veggie with extra cream?
I did, but I don't have the cream.
Oh well, I made it my special cream.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not the server! Late. All right, greetings, everybody. Hope you're.
How much money do I have left? Gotta check. After what I get tomorrow, I just gotta get some just gotta get some shampoo, get some trash bags. I get the clink bags and I use them as trash bags now because it's cheaper. It's like $2.50. So I'll probably have enough for both of them. Maybe I'll get some wet cat food so my cat kitties can, enjoy because it's almost the end of the week. So. Not again. Fuck. My M key is not working on my keyboard. Fuck. Shit. Shit. M key. Oh, what the fuck? Finally. So I already completed that. All right. And I completed that. I did complete. I'm just making sure everything's okay. Of course, home. I completed that. And when does that do? 12:19. It's got to be hard to write when I don't have my M key. Maybe I'll just do it all. Maybe I'll do that on my phone or something. Because it's not really fair that my M key is not working, but at the same time, you know. Let me just make sure that this. Hold on. I'm subscribed. Yes, I'm subscribed. Let me make sure audio is working. Okay, it is. Yay! Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna turn this off for a second. Let me just make sure you can still hear me. Hold on. I just figured might as well turn that off for a few minutes, just because if you can already hear me again. Hold on. Uh-huh. Hello. Hello. Okay, you can still hear me because I have it on Blue Snowball. Uh, uh, So Bungie. I remember when Bungie was owned by Microsoft, and now Sony's saying that its $3.6 billion purchase has been a financial disaster. I'm not sure what they mean by financial disaster. You got the company that Xbox used to have that made their flagship IP Halo, and you're saying it's a disaster for you. I don't know. I don't know, man. Be aware, Destiny 2. I mean, they haven't released anything past Destiny 2, to be honest. They should make a Destiny 3, but I'm sure that's well below Sony's expectations. Anywho. I'm gonna lay down for a second. The live on and just lay down for a second. Probably gonna hear the TV a little bit. I'm not falling asleep. Not tired. Well, not that tired. To be honest. Hello, can you see me? I'm right here. Hello, Alexis. Hello. Hello. How are you doing, baby? Hello. Hello, babies. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, she waits for me to come over here so she can cuddle. Oh, you're a cuddle bug, aren't you? Yeah. You're a cuddle bug. Cuddle buggy. Buggy bug. Buggy bug. Cuddle bug. You might hear some videos being played in the background, but you know, I'm here. I'm here, guys. I need to lay down. I'm suffering from problems today. Tired. I'm fucking tired. It's the last man on earth.
The man pours $1 million liquor straight into his swimming pool, then dives right in like it's the most normal thing in the world. Finally, ridiculously luxurious life because he's the last man on earth. He'll blast open supermarket doors with a single shot, grabbing whatever he wants, not spending a single dime. When it comes to entertainment, he goes all out, using a luxury car to play bowling. This carefree life goes on for almost a year, but now he's basically turned into a beggar. His mansion's a garbage dump, and the swimming pool's nothing but a cesspool. Phil is so lonely that he starts thinking about a female model he wants once saw. So he smashes a store window and walks right up to her to chat. But in his clumsy attempt, he accidentally knocks her arm off. At that moment, Phil feels completely hopeless. He sprays his own epitaph on a giant rock, ready to crash his car and end it all. But right before the final moment, he slams on the brakes. Not far ahead, he spots a thin wisp of smoke rising, which means there's someone else out there. Phil rushes toward it, and sure enough, finds signs of human life. Then suddenly, a woman's voice calls out from behind him. Hearing it, he passes out from sheer excitement. Before long, he wakes up from his coma, and right in front of him,
Alexander Donnerio.
with big, husky blue eyes. That
Oh, wow.
She's exactly his dream girl. As the last man and woman left on Earth, they feel it's their duty to repopulate the planet. So naturally, the two of them end up together. But soon, things start to feel a little off. Turns out, that beautiful woman was just an illusion. The lady standing before him now is actually the last woman on Earth. After reviving Phil, she notices he's holding her underwear with that creepy look on his face, so she instantly pulls a gun on him.
No, drop it!
He spends ages trying to explain himself, and the woman finally, reluctantly believes he's not a bad guy. Once the misunderstanding's cleared up, they properly introduce themselves. Sure, she's nothing like the woman of his dreams, but he has to face reality. Having another living person around is already a miracle. What more could he possibly ask for? He thought having a woman by his side would make life better, but little did he know, this was just the beginning of his nightmare.
Oh no, Alexander Donnerio is a fantasy woman. Oh god. I guess that's how it works, right?
What if everything we thought we knew about Avengers End?
What is going on, Kyle?
Okay.
Look at your friends. Your end will be just like theirs. Why? Because you don't need a savior.
You need a new master. No. Mr. Stark. No. Dude. Leave the kid alone.
Oh damn, Iron Man comes out.
So, he came back to die. Not this time.
If only Iron Man was in the new Doomsday. Obviously, he's not going to be played by Robert Downey because he's playing Doctor Doom. But it would be nice if there was an Iron Man in the movie.
The multiverse is trembling. Time isn't.
With Marvel Studios.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here's my prediction for Resident Evil.
Kristi Noem was just cross-examined at a House of Representative hearing by Democrats who put on a master class. Kristi Noem was stunned. She was largely frozen. And then she said she had to leave the hearing early because she had other commitments. She then walked out and was heckled by people in the crowd as she left. Now, leading the incredible cross-examination was Democratic Congress member Seth Magaziner from Rhode Island. This is one of the best line of questioning I've ever seen as a trial lawyer, I might add. So let me show you.
What's up, everybody? I'm David Hatfield, and for today's fix, we have a couple of big leaks that happened before the Game Awards and a tease of a roguelike mode for Helldivers 2. This is your daily fix. Presented by Universal Orlando Resort. By the time you're watching this, the Game Awards will probably have come and gone. But we shoot the fix first thing in the morning, so I can't cover the big reveals of the show. I can only cover the ones that leaked before the show. For example, cover artwork is leaked for Tomb Raider: Legacy of Atlantis, what looks to be a full remake of the franchise's original game. There are stills from a new trailer, too, showing Lara Croft in action. Croft's design here appears to be a blend of the character's classic design with her look from the franchise's more recent reboot trilogy, which showcased her origins. It's presumed that this remake will fully position the series' first Tomb Raider adventure as taking place after that trilogy, as had always been suggested. After the images leaked online last night via video game forum, etc., fans quickly noted that Croft's box art pose perfectly matches that seen in the Game Awards official social media teaser for tonight, where she stood atop a rock with one arm outstretched, iconic dual pistols raised. Tomb Raider developer Crystal Dynamics has been working now for several years on its next chapter of the franchise. Yet another leak ahead of tonight's Game Awards 2025 has revealed a legendary music star as a new James Bond villain in 007 First Light. Flyaway singer Lenny Kravitz was unmasked.
Oh, bitch. Hello, bitch. Hello, bitch. Hello. You cuddlebug.
The Game Awards start later today, but more importantly, it's now.
The frame rate shortage is real, and here's how it's going to affect the PS5 and even the PS6. After that, let's talk about the PlayStation 5 update that does nothing. And finally,
will there be a Resident Evil Requiem Collector's Edition? It's one of the questions that many people have in mind, myself included, and I'm going to give you my point of view, what I think it's going to be, and what I want to believe. Okay? I want to believe that there will be a collector's edition. It's something that's so present because I can't wrap my head around doing things logically, man, and I'll tell you why. Why isn't there a Resident Evil Requiem Collector's Edition? Well, let's go step by step because the reason why I don't think that it won't be.
I guess if you have to have
at this point, I think
Tomb Raider be a remake. I guess it's fine. Money can.
What's up, everybody? We're on a podcast now. I'm Alex. In this video, I want to talk about some of the rumors and talk around town on the Game Awards, some of the games going to it. Look, later on tonight, maybe even early tomorrow, I'm going to be doing my predictions videos. I've done it every single year. I'll go over, some of the stuff I'm expecting, not expecting. Make sure you guys check that out. And then, of course, tomorrow, or let's just say December 11th at roughly 3:45 Pacific time, p.m., I will be co-streaming the Game Awards. I'll be live on the channel. Very, very excited. Come watch it with me. We always have a ton of fun. I think this is maybe my fourth year, maybe fifth year. I think it's fun.
The Last of Us
Part 2 is perhaps the most controversial game ever made. And that's something I think we can all agree on. It's a game that managed to take a fan base that adored the first game, a game loved by 99% of players, and split that fan base in half. One side loves The Last of Us Part 2, and the other side simply hates everything the game did. And in a way, I can understand part of that hate. Even though it won hundreds of awards, sold extremely well, and is genuinely loved by critics, it's a game that made many risky, bold decisions, let's say. Be careful with the obvious spoilers I'm about to give here in the video. The game managed to turn whatever.
It's been a crazy.
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
The grappling hook catches the Raccoon City Police Department roof with a metallic clang as screams echo from the street below. Batman's cape whips in the wind as he surveys the street. It looks like Gotham's worst nightmare come to life. Bodies stumble through abandoned streets, but something's wrong with their movement patterns. Too erratic, too hungry. His cowl's display shows the timestamp September 26, 1998, 11:47 p.m. 72 hours until the government's nuclear solution wipes this place off the map. The world's greatest detective has 3 days to do what an entire military couldn't accomplish: obtain a biological weapon. It's all.
You okay? Someone call me? Your Sinestro core? Sinestro's right. Fear is more effective than willpower. So you ditched green and went yellow, the color of cowardice. I'm still about order, like the Guardians. I'm sure they're very proud. Sanctimony's easy when you don't save it. Well, that was surreal.
And a bit disturbing.
Yeah, all that yellow is really tough on the eyes.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Direct Comparison. In today's episode, we're going to take an extended look at Part 2 of Aspire's Tomb Raider Remastered Collection and see how it stacks up to the original late 90s, early 2000s games in terms of their graphic quality, art direction, and included features. Because this remastered collection has its own built-in graphics toggle hotkey that can be activated at any time, I'll be referring to the classic mode graphics included in the collection itself, as the developers once again preserved the original games in their entirety, blocky, Minecraft-looking Lara and all. However, it's important to note that while this classic mode is nearly identical to what you may have played
is anyone watching?
Back in the day, it's still been tweaked a little bit too, with things like higher resolution support out of the box. Support for
Watching videos while we wait for 7:30. We have another hour and 15 minutes to go.
Like before, we're not going to focus on any of those little changes that were made to the classic graphics scheme over the original DOS-Box or PS1 and PS2 version. We're instead going to focus mainly on the changes that were made within the graphics mode, including how it benefits each game's presentation, and in some cases, how it may even hurt them. Once again, neither of the 3 games in this collection offer any sort of graphics settings to tweak. The game will automatically detect your monitor's resolution and default to a native output. So in this case, the footage you're seeing is from the game running at 4K. It's also worth noting that this time around, all 3 games support an option to bump up the frame rate, even when playing in the older graphics mode, allowing players who prefer the older graphics style to enjoy much smoother performance. Also, before we jump into it, please be sure to subscribe to the channel, where you can find a ton of other Tomb Raider related content, including an extensive breakdown of the previous remastered collection and a full history of the series itself, both of which I'll provide links for in the description. Alright, so let's kick this comparison off by first talking about the changes that were made to the iconic pistol-wielding archaeologist herself, Lara Croft. Like with last year's remaster collection, Lara has been given a major overhaul, with a design more reminiscent of her appearance in the old core era promotional material, cinematics, and artwork, as opposed to her much less impressive, low-poly design used to represent her in-game. With these later 3 entries to the classic saga, Croft's polygonal in-game model did improve slightly over her original debut, with more detailed facial textures, animated lips for talking during in-game cinematics, and even small details like drawn-on creases and shading to help accentuate her figure more. Though, aside from those texture updates and some very minor improvements to her poly count, she generally is animated the same as those original 3 games and maintains that same general silhouette. The 6th entry included in this newest collection is a different story, as it was the first game in the series to make the leap to the PlayStation 2 generation, and therefore benefits technically with a substantial uptick to her poly count, texture quality, and animation design. But we'll talk about this more in a bit. As far as The Last Revelation and Chronicles are concerned, the developers for this remaster appear to have stuck the same updated model that they used in last year's collection, with the same facial model, textures, and various extra details they incorporated before. The outfits are slightly updated, accounting for the changes that were made in those games in the past, like the tighter tank top that rides up on the sides. The catsuit from Tomb Raider 3 also makes its return, and looks significantly better than the catsuit used in the original Chronicles game, with superior shader work that gives it a much more realistic leather appearance, and details like zippers and creases at the joints. I also like the addition of boots here that previously looked like they were part of the suit itself, along with a redesign to the sunglasses and headset that feels more grounded and less sci-fi. Her winter camo garb looks a lot better too, with a new black knit turtleneck collar that looks much better than the full camo turtleneck look that made the outfit look like some weird military pajamas before. Then there's the young Lara model. This is supposed to be Lara at 16 years old, and I have to say, neither of these designs really work. On the one hand, I'm glad they gave her less revealing clothing this time around. But at the same time, it does look like they just reused the same face model of the standard adult model in the remaster. It's technically altered a tiny bit, but the pigtails and the Barbie-style makeup they have her wearing just gives her this really bizarre look. Either way, the clothing textures are technically improved, the poly count is increased, and the hair cards and ponytails are all a much higher quality, something that applies to every version of Croft across her several adventures in these 2 games. Now, Angel of Darkness, on the other hand, doesn't share quite the same level of improvement here. It absolutely looks better in the remastered visual style, but the differences here are almost exclusively texture related, along with some smoothed out edges thanks to an increase to the character's poly count. From a distance, the 2 look nearly identical, though the improved shaders on the skin textures help produce that plasticky look of Lara previously, and the much higher res texture maps for her clothing, especially the jean jacket and pants, are a considerable improvement over the very muddy, stretched out looking textures on the same clothing before. Her hair also has more realistic volume now, especially with her ponytail, that previously just used a somewhat convincing texture to fake the braid, but now has enough complexity to show each looped braid individually as part of the model's silhouette. Her black tank underneath also seems to be more cotton-based this time, rather than the weird latex-looking shader that gave it the shiny look before. And like the other remastered versions of the character, all those smaller details like her backpack, weapons, belts, and holsters are all nicely enhanced too. Again, all these remastered models, textures, and details aren't necessarily the best they could have been, but as far as improving over the original designs of these 25-year-old games, it's a welcome improvement nonetheless. Like with Lara herself, the items found in the game world have also been greatly improved. Just like before, all of her weapons, health kits, flares, and key items have been given a complete overhaul, maintaining the original look and style of those objects, while still improving textures as you'd expect. The items in AOD have also seen some nice updates, with improved poly counts, rounding out things like these bandages. And of course, we can't forget about the various other NPCs, namely enemies that players will face throughout their journeys, that have all received pretty significant updates that generally improve on those original core designs. Creatures like the Nile crocodiles, deadly scorpions, and the hordes of scarab beetles all feature huge upticks to their poly count that help to hide their retained and somewhat clunky movement animations. Textures are all updated too, sometimes with redone shaders as well. And in some cases, new detail have been added too, like teeth, whiskers, and claws for this lion. Some of the best changes come with the more human enemies, like the masked guards that will occasionally attack Lara as she explores the tombs in Egypt. They look significantly better now that their weapons aren't just two blocks stuck together, and their heads aren't shaped like small birdhouses. More supernatural enemies, like the skeleton soldiers, have considerably more bones rendered this time, and look much more anatomically correct in general. Though I will submit that the texture resolution for the bone, especially in the skull, could have been improved further, as they really don't hold up that great despite the added poly count. I'm also a bit disappointed in some of the changes made to various human enemies as well. This is a complaint I had with last year's remaster too, as characters like Lars still look absolutely ridiculous in the remaster, with an overly beautiful looking face that doesn't seem to match up with the character's previous dumb guy look. We see this trend continue with several other characters, like this guide in one of the early levels of The Last Revelation, that had this weird yet distinctive facial structure before, that doesn't seem to be reflected at all with this newer, much more generic facial model. And then there's the lead antagonist, Von Croy himself, that, like Lars, has been given an almost Disney princess look that doesn't really match up with the look of the low-res texture map from before. The design they went with isn't necessarily terrible, as it's a little bit more consistent with what a young Von Croy might have looked like, especially when considering how he appears in cinematics. But it doesn't quite nail the look either. Skipping ahead to Angel of Darkness, the characters here are a mixed bag. In some cases, the characters have received a pretty significant overhaul, with new hair cards, reworked facial geometry, updated textures, and added details. But then there's other character models that I guess were deemed less important, that have literally not been touched at all, giving it a very inconsistent presentation. As for the cinematics, all the previous rendered FMVs are included and play in full screen, with very minimal changes made, if at all. There seems to be some denoising going on here, but when you toggle back and forth between the two versions, the difference really just boils down to the contrast being slightly higher with the remastered, which ends up hiding a lot of that background detail in the process. The in-game cinematics are redone too, with new animations for characters that previously relied on only changes to the facial textures for talk. But because these latter games were much further along technically than their predecessors, the changes here aren't nearly as drastic, and are pretty much non-existent by the time you get to Angel of Darkness. Next up, let's talk environments. Like last time, the updates to the environments are where we see a lion's share of the improvements with the remasters, with beautifully retouched locations that maintain that original vision, but also toss in just enough to make the area appear more convincingly, without removing too much of its extremely important readability within Tomb Raider's strict grid-based platforming format. Again, this applies more so to Revelations and Chronicles, as those games maintain that same design mentality of the original trilogy. Because of the various incremental improvements that Core had made during those last few years of the 1990s, the environments they built in Egypt, Cambodia, Rome, Ireland, Russia, and a New York skyscraper are all significantly more detailed than the locations that we discussed last year. And because of that, the developers behind this remaster had significantly more objects, texture maps, and complex geometry to clean up. And all in all, I'm happy with practically every change that was made. These locations are gorgeously reimagined, with some great upscale texture work.
I'm surprised they've never released
Those
Tomb Raider for
original
mobile.
work
Like,
surfaces from
let's say
before.
mobile, I mean these
And rarely
remasters for
if
the
at all
mobile,
feel out of place.
for mobile
I especially
platforms.
love that developers
to
went
be
above
honest
and
with you.
beyond for some of these textures of statues
I can imagine they will.
that are now fully rendered as actual objects in the world. Textures of windows and doors that were completely
In the future,
before
I hope.
streets of Rome or
Yeah,
Alexandria,
just because I
now
like buying
cut on
the.
wall.
I wouldn't
Adding
mind
a
buying the
considerable
full
amount
like
of depth that
all the
otherwise very
like
dull
the
empty
remastered
spaces.
collections for the
New decorative
like the
aspects added
iPhone or
as well.
the
Like
or
our
the
leaves
Android
on
phone.
this path in Cambodia, underneath the added tree canopies, or Italian flags hanging over this market in Rome. All the various object models.
Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to check to see if I read there was something about Fortnite coming back to the App Store.
High-res textures as well.
Um,
In some cases, they may even feature new big shadow effects too.
hey, what do you know? It is available.
Nothing has been
Look
added
at
that
that.
may impact the
Fortnite
flow of the game.
available on the
ensuring the
Google
game
Play
is just as
Store.
playable as its older classic graphics game. The game's geometry
And
has been
download that
updated too,
immediately.
usually in out-of-reach areas, like these new breaks in the ceiling, extra curves for organic objects like tree roots, and subtle cracks at corners of platforms, maintaining the illusion of a real environment, while also ensuring that the game's grid design remains just as readable as before. Then there's the game's skyboxes that were in desperate need of a redesign.
I guess Dead Cells is available
Older
for the
skyboxes usually were
Epic
cut off
Game
at the
Store on
horizon,
mobile.
leaving an
too.
empty black void. Now, the skyboxes use a much higher resolution image.
Yeah,
They're
there
often
you go.
supplemented with some great
Is
background
Dead Cells
objects
coming?
like
No, it can't be,
additional
right?
buildings and vegetation.
No,
I
it can't.
especially love
It's
the
probably
updates
not
to
Dead
the Roman
Cells. No.
Colosseum that previously relied on a very obvious skybox past these windows.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
Utilizing a fully rendered Colosseum backdrop. Chronicles probably presents the most interesting challenge for the remaster team, as there are several simply bizarre level designs in this late core design game that I couldn't imagine being redone in a way that makes
No,
sense.
doesn't look like it.
And despite their best efforts, the layout of some of these more ridiculous stages,
Oh, so it's coming out at
especially the
10
Ireland
p.m.
ones, remain a
Around
complete
10 p.m.
mess. These aren't really
Whatever the
best
game
Tomb
is
Raider games after all.
happens to be the free game for
But
Epic.
for players that really like the spooky Ireland chapters or the weird Mission Impossible style finale, the developers made sure to do each and every one of these stages justice. Angel Darkness has seen a ton of changes in this department too. It's just texture updates than anything else. Nearly every game world has been upscaled with higher res texture maps that for the most part maintain that original look and feel. Though it does seem as though they relied a bit.
The only reason I'm not sharing this video that I'm watching is because it's on my console. It's on my Xbox Series X.
Very well-known textures.
Plus, the only thing I want to share today on the computer is the Game Awards, and
There's a few objects with some
not
poly counts
up
too,
yet.
which is most noticeable when looking
we'll
at
see.
rounded
We'll
objects
see when
like
it comes
barrels,
up.
trash cans, jars, and bottles. Though, in general, these environments are already significantly more detailed than those older PS1 era titles. And while they certainly could have benefited from some additional flourishes, it looks decent enough even with just these few changes.
Mm.
In fact,
And the game just looks gorgeous on the remaster.
my favorite updated locations across the collection.
Oh shit!
Let me know what you think.
I better plug my Series X controller in.
Improvements overall.
Ah, let's do it. Xbox Series X controller plugged in. I'm downloading the Tomb Raider remasters for my Steam Deck. I might play a little bit of it. Nice. think Tomb Raider 4 through 6 downloaded on my Steam Deck. You know, the one thing I will say about the Steam Machine, real quickly, I want to mention this. The one thing about the Steam Machine that I don't like, 8 gigs of VRAM. Okay, nobody likes that. This is not really future-proof, but I think part of it is, too, is they're going to release this Steam Machine, and then they're going to release a new one down the line, maybe a few years from now, that's going to have 16 gigs of VRAM. I think that's what they're planning on doing. They're going to release a base model right now, and then eventually they'll just release one with 16 gigs of VRAM down the line. Because they did something, they had the Steam Deck, right? And then they came out with the Steam Deck OLED. And that was a little bit better. It was still basically fundamentally the same hardware, but it included a little bit better hardware, And they might do that for the Steam Machine. I don't know. It kind of sucks, though, that they're not doing that. You see, the problem is, if they had done... All right. Hold on. Listen. 8 gigs of VRAM is not enough for your games. What they should have done is, if you're not going to do 16 at launch, they should have at least done 12. They should have at least done freaking 12 gigs of VRAM. And that would have been plenty for some people, right? That would have been plenty for some people. It would have been great, but no, they decided not to.
Shadow from nearby geometry. Ambient lighting in general is impacted considerably and will likely require players to make more liberal use of flares just to find their way around. It's not as drastic a change as something like path tracing would introduce, as there's plenty of pre-calculated lighting going on to ensure a consistent visual tone. But there's a very clear distinction between these two versions that can often make the game world less readable as a result. Occasionally, there would be a switch that was impossible to find with this new lighting design, and I wasn't able to locate it until I switched back to the classic graphics mode and flew around with the photo mode enabled. An even worse issue occurs here in this Egyptian adventure sequence of The Last Revelation, in what's already a ridiculously convoluted puzzle, made more difficult by the removal of important texture clues and baked shadows from before. Thankfully, while these issues are definitely problematic, they're not that common. More often than not, the lighting changes greatly enhance the look and feel of these areas, adding much-needed atmosphere to locations that previously could appear very bland. The courtyard in Alexandria, for example, previously looked like it was in pure daylight, save for the skybox. Now, it looks like it's actually taking place in the sunset.
Oh, pretty good.
There's also a ton of new little skylights and accompanying light rays that look great in these open Cambodia caves or the catacombs beneath Rome, along with the various crypts in Ireland. The developers even threw in some nice planar reflections to the marble floors of the Von Croy building in the final chapters of Chronicles. That really helps to enhance this scene, even if there's no reflections for dynamic. When it comes to Angel of Darkness, the changes to lighting are basically non-existent. I looked at dozens of different light sources throughout a good chunk of the game, and none of them seemed to be different regardless of which setting I chose to play with. There were a few extremely minor adjustments for things like light rays in some areas, like this Tomb of the Ancients. But really, all you can expect from this side of the remaster collection are those changes to the environmental textures and characters. Like with the lighting, the shadows are all pre-calculated in the remaster. There are a few new shadows thrown in, especially around newer lighting elements like torches, that have this nice wavy effect and help to enhance the atmosphere that much more. But don't expect them to cast any real-time shadows for any of the character models. That being said, there are new shadows for the characters, replacing the old disc shadows from before. But these too seem to be based on the global light positioning, and don't seem to react to any of the smaller light probes added throughout. With so much more ambient lighting in these remasters, it would have been nice to see some more accurate shadow casting. But at the same time, I can see where it would have been problematic in maintaining the readability of these environments, especially considering the developers have since added in a feature to spot items on the ground with a highlight that was never necessary with the older graphics style. AOD shadows have seen some very slight improvements too, which is most noticeable when looking at these trees on the pair of streets. Though this may have more to do with the changes that were made to the objects themselves, as opposed to changes to how the game renders its shadows. Then, of course, we have to talk about the effects.
So everyone looking forward to the new machine, I recommend everybody wait, because Lord knows they're going to come out with a better version of that machine. I don't know, like they should. If they know what they're doing, they should release a better version of the machine, or at the very least, change the spec for the VRAM to at least 12 gigs. Or before it comes out, they can do that. They can literally do that. You know, but Lord knows they might not.
Especially around these brown and yellow Egyptian tombs in the last revelation. Fire effects are thankfully improved.
Or they might just make a new version a few years later that increases the amount of VRAM you have to like 12 gigs or something. It's basically what PCs need now to run games pretty well. It's 12 gigs VRAM.
Eloquent solution either. It also doesn't seem to apply to things like torches or characters when they're lit on fire, falling back to the older method in these cases instead. As for other miscellaneous effects, The Last Revelation and Chronicles do throw in a few extra flourishes, like new sand particles that flow over dunes, or higher res electrical arcs and explosions. I also like the little fog and incense smoke added to these darker tombs. That really helps to enhance the ambiance of these locations further. Angel Darkness, once again, doesn't make nearly as many improvements in these areas either, with a few very minor improvements to the resolution of alphas,
like this,
water
bitch.
bubbles and fire layers.
Bitch.
So, in staying consistent with the style of the other titles, it
you're hiding under the couch, are you?
the collection. Finally, let's wrap up with an extended sound comparison. Here I picked out a few classic sequences from each game to illustrate how the audio quality differs between the original and remastered versions. Which version of each Tomb Raider do you prefer?
Oh, there we go. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered. No. I'm gonna play a little bit of Tomb Raider on my Steam Deck.
Feast your eyes on this line. How does it make your wallet? Sorry, I had any places. Then you're like a big car. Rude. Fast mountain ranges to cover. Sheer walls of ice. Rocky crags, savage winds. And there's this little trinket. An angel in the Mr. Flowers buried in the unfound tomb of tomorrow. That's my interest. You can leave tomorrow. Are you busy tomorrow?
And that wraps up this episode of Direct Comparison. Overall, Tomb Raider Remastered 4 through 6 is another solid addition to the series, bringing back 3 long-forgotten titles that are regularly neglected. The Last Revelation, in particular, is a gem within the classic Tomb Raider saga, with some of the most challenging puzzles and level designs in the series' history. There's still a lot of questionable design decisions, especially when it comes to gameplay mechanics that are never properly introduced to the player, and can cause them to get stuck with very few clues on how to proceed. And then, of course, there's Angel of Darkness's complete shift to an entire genre altogether, attempting to mix in stealth action to a game that just isn't built for it. But regardless of how you feel about these 3 titles, the remasters do a fantastic job of restoring them to the state that makes them actually playable to new and old fans alike. The character models are mostly improved upon, save for some NPCs in Angel of Darkness, and some weird Disney-fied looking antagonists here and there. And the environments have seen some much-needed overhauls too, maintaining the original platforming scheme while further contributing to the intended thematic style. And best of all, both the remastered graphics and the original graphics can now be played at a high frame rate, at a high resolution, without having to sift through configuration files and other tedious fan-made modifications, giving players immediate access to Lara's last 2 adventures at the turn of the century. But what do you guys think? Are you interested in picking up this latest Tomb Raider Remaster collection? Let me know in the comment section. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this posted every week.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to sit me down 5 years ago and tell me that not only were we going to get full remasters of the original 3 Tomb Raider games, but also the remaining 2 PlayStation 1 games, I would have likely laughed it off and called it wishful thinking. Not only did it seem highly unlikely that the Tomb Raider games of the past were ever going to come back, but it also was clear that the series had been taking strides to separate itself from that era, almost out of some form of second-hand embarrassment. However, not only was this sentiment recently proven wrong with the release of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remastered, but now just 1 year later we have a second collection of remasters to enjoy. A collection that not only covers The Last Revelation and Chronicles, but also amazingly, the Angel of Darkness as well. With how well received the first collection was and how much of a love letter to the fan base those remasters were, expectations were at an all-time high as we waited to see how these developers would work their magic on Core Design's final 3 games. And I'm happy to report that not only did they meet expectations, but they also managed to surpass them in some really interesting and surprising ways. Before we begin, I want to make it clear that I won't be evaluating these games for how well they've aged or assessing their individual quality under the modern lens, as I feel that using this approach is a redundant exercise when talking about a collection of remastered games from the turn of the millennium that mostly retain their original retro underpinnings. Instead, I'll be focusing entirely on how well they do their job of preserving and remastering these classic titles, as well as talking about the various changes and improvements that have been made to try and give them the all-important spit and polish. Firstly, let's take a look at the options in the main menu screens, as there have been some additions made to these remasters that weren't present in the last remasters. For starters, you now have the option to completely disable the 30 FPS limit whilst in classic graphics mode, which was something only achievable before by using mods or from reverse engineering. Now it's just a simple case of just going into the options, selecting the new graphics option, and unticking the retro FPS setting to get a smooth 60 FPS over the original graphics. It might seem a little bit heretical at first, especially to people who are more than familiar with how they run on the PlayStation, but you'll soon adapt to this new frame rate in no time at all, and it's great to see that there's an option finally now to enjoy the original visuals without sacrificing performance. All three games have updated character models for every main and non-playable character, with one exception that we'll get to later. And for the most part, they do a fantastic job of updating the look and feel of those original characters. I do have to say that having Lara stood next to these more realistically proportioned characters does make her stand out and look a little bit out of place, particularly during the young Lara segments where it looks like someone's taken the street phrase from Despicable Me to the original adult character model and given her some pigtails. But this is the exact sort of thing that lends these games the camp charm that we all knew and loved. And thank God we're finally free from the clutches of the original sleep paralysis demon that was the young Lara render from Core Design. Holy hell, that thing is the stuff of nightmares. Another addition is the collection of brand new or recreated loading cards to display in between each level or before loading into a new save, which is a nice callback to how the original games were presented, and also acts as a way to preserve more of Core Design's original work. Conspicuously, though, they seem to be completely absent from Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, and I can only assume that they weren't able to finish them in time, so they will be released in the future updates. The camera mode has also seen more options and Chronicles, with the addition of a vignette filter that you can adjust or settle as you like, or you can now play around with the amazing new flyby camera feature, which now allows you to create your own moving dioramas akin to the ones that you see during the main menu screens. This mode is honestly one of the more surprising features this remaster introduces, and is yet another tool that allows fans to create their own action sequences or memorable moments. Sadly, you are limited to characters being frozen in time during all of this, which is honestly understandable, but the fact that something like this is even included at all just shows the great level of care and creativity from the devs at Saber Interactive. Another thing fixed from the last release is having muzzle flashes and flares now being viewable in photo mode, instead of it simply disappearing like they did in the previous remasters, meaning you no longer have to drop the screenshot into a third-party program like Photoshop in order to get the perfect shot. So for the more delicate photographer, you still won't have to do that to achieve effects like depth of field, which is sadly still absent from the options. Certainly whilst 4 and 5 get all these new features, the same can't be said for the Angel of Darkness, whose camera mode is on the same level as it was for the last trilogy, and also at least at the time of recording, it's lacking the wealth of poses and facial expressions of its predecessors, and currently has a broken rotation option. One thing that not many people knew about the last collection was a cheat that could hold down a series of buttons before entering a level to give Lara her trademark circle shades, or the quad bike if you happen to be in the manor. Now in this trilogy, you not only have the option from the start to enable them in the new outfit menu, but you also have the option to switch between outfits on the fly, with more becoming available after completion, something that was also adopted by the original 3 remasters after an update. I would love to see them release an update in the future that would allow you to combine all outfits across all games, including the last remasters, for maximum replayability. Maybe even somehow bring more curses into the mix for extra chaos if it's possible. But as we'll get to later, there are more pressing issues that need addressing first. For the most part, each game in this trilogy plays about the same as the last trilogy did, but due to the nature of these games and how different each one feels to play, I thought it would be best to break down each game individually and evaluate it all as a whole later. Starting with Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation was the series' true last hurrah on the PlayStation, so as a result, it's the most grand and epic in scale out of all the remastered PlayStation 1 games. It's also the longest game in this era of the series, meaning there's a lot of Tomb Raider to sink your teeth into and keep you busy. This game marks the first time that they drastically changed the vibe and the formula of the series to a more darker and more utilitarian approach. When compared to the characterful UI and lighter atmosphere found in the previous 3 games, with its ring menus and floating passports, it's certainly more functional than forward here. Remasters don't do anything to change this, and instead lean more into it to help amplify what people enjoyed about it. So you can expect to see more of what you may have loved about The Last Revelation, just with a fresh coat of paint and some work and quality of life improvements. One being the ability to skip cutscenes, which is a great time saver for anyone looking to replay this game without needing to wait around for dramatic camera work to finish doing its thing, or to have to sit there and listen to Von Croy telling you how to jump gaps for the umpteenth time. This luxury has also been afforded to the other games as well, and it's a welcome addition that does wonders for each game's compatibility. The controls remain largely the same as the previous remasters, with players being given a choice between using the classic tank control style or to opt in using the more modern control scheme that the first Crystal Dynamics Tomb Raider era. The difference this time is that not only do you have all the weapon shortcut buttons listed on the menu screen for your convenience, but you now have more moves added to Lara's arsenal, some of which have actually been backported from the Age of Darkness. Holding walk whilst pressing action when stood next to a ledge will make Lara perform a fancier dismount move, which will allow her to immediately drop down and grab onto that ledge. Facing forward does one move, whilst facing away will do another. And it's neat to see the developers implementing secret things like this into the older games to give it more to discover. Another pro tip for weapon controls is if you happen to be about to run off a ledge and want to try and stop yourself, you can now hold to the secondary or R2 button and she'll now automatically turn around and grab the ledge, which is pretty cool. However, the real star of the show is the glow-up that all these environments have gotten compared to their original counterparts, which
on the Steam Deck it's
really helps to enhance Core's original vision and breathe new life into old game design. The interiors of each tomb and temple area are all furnished with light beams, spider webs, and enhanced texture work to allow all the markings, carvings, and paintings and hieroglyphics to be fully legible and really pop out. Fire effects have also been improved, with each lit torch now having this really nice looking flame effect. Although sadly at the time of writing, the water by comparison does look a little bit basic and seems to be missing a few flourishes that the original had. I've seen some complaints being lobbied against this game for being too dark for some players, and whilst I don't necessarily agree with that complaint, I am fully aware that I was playing on an OLED monitor that I had calibrated. I will say that if you are experiencing brightness issues, it might be worth checking out your console or your PC or your display settings to make the necessary adjustments to color space, brightness, contrast, or if I was to pick a particular highlight of this remaster, it would be the train level, which was a favorite.
Anyone wondering, I have Tourette syndrome.
The original game. Now it looks even better than ever before with the updated models and the visual effects to really accentuate the speed at which you're traveling at. It's also enhanced further thanks to the new skyboxes included by the developers that do a wonderful job of bringing these outdoor locations to life. And there's no better to these enhancements than the coastal ruins level in Alexandria. My god, this level looks so much better than it did before, especially when you switch over to classic graphics and you just see the skybox be replaced by this big black void. Sadly, it's about here where I started to notice elements that weren't entirely finished or were a little bit buggy, but regardless, the level of care this game has received is nothing short of impressive, and has made this game, dare I say, more enjoyable for me to revisit for a second time. And I'd imagine it being the same for a lot of people watching. Like before, in each game there's a new Game Plus mode to sink your teeth into if you fancy more of a challenge, and for Tomb Raider The Last Revelation, they even managed to include the exclusive level made by Core Design for readers of the Times British newspaper, who were the paper that exclusively broke the news of the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb to the world back in 1922. It was a freebie created by Core Design to promote a story celebrating the discovery's 75th anniversary. It features areas based off the ones you see in the original game during the opening menu flycam segments, characters based off real people who work for the newspaper, and it's great to see it finally return in a less exclusive and readily available way. Though it's a bit surreal to be playing a game in 2025 that makes reference to Paul Daniels and the Crankies of all things. Now, Tomb Raider Chronicles had some fairly solid ideas on top, but after it was released, it was clear that they were all executed by a team of people who had done nothing but work on Lara's adventures for several years and desperately needed a break. As a result, it has the luxury of being the shortest game in the classic series, but with several ideas being left half-baked, bugs aplenty, and corners cut to ensure that it met its original release schedule. Playing it very much felt like playing a diet version of a game that we've all played before, and although the remaster can't work magic to spin straw into gold, it does an admirable job of giving Chronicles the polish that it desperately needs. For starters, the awful cardboardy skyboxes that made you feel you were clambering around on a dodgy film set have all been updated to feature a more seamless and much better looking skyline to help blend your environment into the part of the world that you're exploring. Switching back to classic mode in the sky still does give you that walled garden feeling, but I do have to say that it is looking better than it did in the original PC release. What was also great to see was to see them go out of their way to address some of the smaller continuity errors that I pointed out in my retrospective, and in some really smart and clever ways. For example, if you look to the gate behind where you start in the first row level, you'll notice Lara's opera dress from the cutscene hanging over the top of the gate, signifying that she got changed before the camera started rolling. It would have been nice to see this dress made into an outfit officially, but I guess much like Nightmare in Vegas' Scary Spice outfit, we'll just have to see if this makes an appearance in a future update. Another is the second row level, where the starting area now has a gate to visually explain how she actually got there, instead of just having her stood in front of a wall dead end with no rhyme or reason. Sadly, there's still no good explanation as to why her pistols suddenly disappeared from her hips moments after using them to enter the PCI building's ventilation system, but at the very least you can now switch to a more FMV accurate character model for her, and then just pretend that they fell out during transit or something. There are a few times I've encountered a weird vertex flickering issue when travelling between areas where certain parts of the geometry would just suddenly lose their texture and become completely transparent, but aside from that the game runs pretty well. Besides the improved lighting, the neat additions made to the level's geometry to help flesh them out and give them a more interesting landscape, this is very much a one-to-one recreation. So regardless of all the improvements the remaster makes to this game, you'll still be encountering most of the original quirks for better or for most times worse. Like being able to accidentally throw your torch to a crawl space where you have no hope of being able to retrieve it, using chloroform to knock out guards only to watch her break their necks instead, or encountering rooms over abundance of laser sights on the floor just put there in case you just happen to miss one of them. There are some bizarre errors I noticed with parts of the English subtitles during parts of the Island chapter, where the demon Verdalit refers to a pox-ridden abbot as an ox-little abbot instead, which gave me quite the chuckle. And whilst I can't speak for the accuracy of the rest of the game's subtitles in the other languages, I'm sure that with most things, an upcoming patch will allow the devs another chance to be able to correct them. Thankfully though, the major game-breaking bugs from the original release have been fixed, so you no longer have to live in fear soft lock when you see the words Red Alert or VCI appear on screen, and you're now free to save anytime and anywhere in peace. In fact, I ended up having a much better time with this chapter than I did before, which could be down to my prior experience making it easy to deal with what these levels throw at you, or more of a testament to how good of a job Saber did tidying everything up. I'd be interested to know how first-time players coped with this chapter, actually, so if this happens to be you, then please be sure to let me know in the comments how you got on. Of course, the one question that everyone had with this collection was how the hell were they going to handle the Angel of Darkness, a game with the unfortunate reputation of being labelled the worst game in the series. The answer to that question is that they were going to handle the remaster of this game with a lot of love, patience, dedication, and technical skill in order to try and make this the definitive way to play this game. From reworking most of the character models, restoring missing visual effects only found in the PlayStation 2 version, to bringing back a wealth of cut content that nobody would have ever expected to have seen the light of day again, it's clear that this remaster was gearing up to be a redemption arc for the much maligned entry of the series. However, perhaps somewhat ironically, even though it makes great strides to better improve the overall experience, it suffers from the same problem that its predecessor did, which is it needing more time in the oven to fully cook, which, when considering that Aspire made us publicly aware of their plan to avoid how Angel of Darkness was handled in the past, is incredibly frustrating. First, let's talk about the positives, as despite the many odd fumbles this remaster has, there are a lot of neat and interesting changes and improvements here. Firstly, the controls have been given a big makeover and no longer act like you're a digital PS1 girl living in an analog PS2 world. Instead, you have a set of controls that feel a lot less nonsensical or fiddly to use, leading to way less instances of accidental death. Just as before, you have the option to stick rigidly to the tank controls of yesteryear, or if you're more onto buck tradition, then you can opt for the more modern control style instead. If, like me, however, you could feel your PS1 muscle memory crying out in pain when using the modern controls, then you have the option to fully customize them to your liking, something that you could never do on the original PS2 release. Both have their own pros and cons when using them, as the way Lara moves and the actions that she can perform differ depending on what style that you choose. The modern controls offer more flexibility and responsiveness when moving about, but this can often get derailed when trying to traverse some areas that feature fixed camera angles. One moment you'll be holding forward on the analog stick, only to then suddenly encounter a fixed camera angle, which then causes the direction that you're holding to suddenly change, which can often cause your character to awkwardly loop backwards and forwards sporadically. Becomes a problem during Curtis's section in the sanatorium, with the amount of camera angle changes making exploring a bit of a chore. Switching back to tank controls makes this all a non-issue, however, but then the issue becomes whether or not you can stomach the tank controls and whether or not it suits your playstyle. So it really all comes down to personal preference. Thankfully, this time around, you get more than enough space to be able to practice both control schemes to your heart's content in the newly restored tutorial area. Instead of before, where you'd climb up a bin and then a few ladders to get to a rooftop to continue on, you now have the option to walk past the first ladder and continue into an entirely new area. This section was where originally players were meant to learn how to perform the commando crawl, which was an area cut from the original game due to being unfinished, leaving players at a loss when it came to certain points later on when they actually had to use it. Now, not only has this area been fully restored, but it has also been expanded upon to include a better stealth tutorial than the vanilla route, and all featuring restored recordings of then Lara voice actress Jono Elliott telling you what to do. Of course, you're more than welcome to take the original path should you choose, which not only has been slightly amended in an interesting way, but it also acts as the faster way to beat the level for anyone looking to save a bit of time. In fact, the leading lady is far more talkative this time around, with the inclusion of a whole bunch of cut lines brought back to life and peppered throughout the game in really natural sounding ways. It's not just Lara as well, as Curtis has some restored lines too, which also helps to flesh out his section and give it more personality. Visual continuity also been given an overhaul for the better, with the infamous moment in the Stronghold where Lara enters a door in full camo trousers only to emerge from the other side inexplicably wearing shorts, now featuring a restored voice line where Lara remarks about how you should wear what's comfortable, which goes to show that even core design were aware of this gap at the time and weren't afraid to poke fun at themselves. What's even more interesting is what they've done to expand upon Curtis Trent's short playable segments. Before, it was just some strange Resident Evil-inspired area where you could watch a cutscene of Curtis using a cool power and kick and punch a few people to death or shoot them with a gun that I always, for some reason, keep misreading as the Borat X. I know, I'm really that stupid. But now, not only has Curtis's original powers been actually brought back to life into being playable, but you now actually can use his signature fidget spinner to throw at enemies as well, meaning he's a bit more unique to play around with. However, I found moving around whilst equipped with the Chiru guy incredibly clunky and frustrating due to the amount it limits your ability to actually move. You're essentially locked into place until you put it away, and if you do need to make a sudden move at all you get is this hilarious looking hopping animation that does little to nothing to help you avoid attacks. Your best bet is to hang back at a distance and to take pot shots at enemies instead of going in close. Though, should you ever need to take care of business up front, you have a full melee system to defend yourself with, as well as a psychic shield to mitigate damage. Honestly, I don't know if there was a better way to have implemented this than doing what they have done here, but either way, it's still neat to see all of this part of Curtis's gameplay come back, even if it is a little clunky in practice. Back to Lara now, and other facets of her movement have been tweaked for the better, as there are a bunch of positive changes to a variety of her movesets. For instance, when hugging the wall in stealth mode, you now have the option to pop out of cover and crack off a few shots with a pistol, giving the mechanic much more application than just being able to peek around corners. Even if at times it can be hard to know if you're locked onto somebody properly just because of the animation being a bit janky, but it's still effective in its practice, and again is a piece of cut content that has been lovingly restored. Entering the pool of water no longer forces you to face straight up and instead naturally allows the camera and yourself to fall in the direction that you are traveling, making the transition from land to water a much more seamless experience. Though they desperately need to add some kind of effect to the water surface, as at times it can be almost impossible to gauge whilst underwater how close or far away you are to the water's surface. They also brought back the ability to be able to jump and flip around whilst shooting at the same time, like in the classic games, which especially comes in handy when you're playing around with the restored dual pistols. Yes, they're finally back. Mercifully, performing melee attacks in this remaster is a much simpler process this time around, even though the controls aren't really told to you. But for anyone who might be curious, once in melee mode you can hold the secondary button to guard, tap the action button to punch, or tap the jump button to perform a series of kicks. Something else which may have also caught you off guard like I did was the action button not being the grab button when using the modern controls in Angel of Darkness. For the sake of brevity, the action button duties with the button marked as secondary in this mode. So if Lara says use the action button and nothing happens, try pressing the secondary button instead and thank me later. The bosses also benefit greatly from the additions of on-screen health bars this time around, as without them it's often difficult to discern whether or not your attacks are actually doing anything. This makes frustrating bosses like Brother Obscure way better to fight, as you'll have an easier time working out how long you've got until you can stun him so you can sprint off and get the painting. Of course, not before you can turn this feature off should you find the additional visual particularly effective, but I personally think it's best played with it left on, as you'll have a much better time fighting these bosses than without it. The boss fight against Boaz also has some quality of life improvements made to it as well, with the job of switching targets now handled automatically instead of having to rely on knowing how to switch targets manually. This makes the fight far more enjoyable and less frustrating than it was before. Though if you're expecting it to suddenly make it a good boss fight, then I'd perhaps temper your expectations. Also, RIP to the lie-down pro strategy for Eckhart's boss fights. That man has clearly learned from his mistakes and is not messing around this time. The sound design from the original game remains largely untouched, with its hugely underrated orchestral score providing the perfect backing to this darker and more grim tale. Sadly, it's not all sunshine and rainbows though when it comes to the sound design, as there are some clear issues that desperately need a patch or two in order to fix. One problem that I noticed pretty quickly was that loading a save file from anywhere except the main menu causes the game's volume to suddenly spike up, which scared the crap out of me the first time it happened. Another is the distinct lack of certain sounds at several different points in the game, particularly during the Prague chapter where the lack of atmosphere becomes extremely noticeable. Often you can be left in total silence due to either the ambient sounds not playing at all, or being played extremely quietly, or having other sound effects such as your character's footsteps, keypad interactions, or grunts being completely missing. I feel like I need to add the fact that I was playing this particular game on PC, and I have reports of people playing on consoles not encountering these particular audio issues at all. So depending on what platform you chose to play this particular game on, your mileage may vary in terms of bugs and audio glitches. And again, hopefully this will all be ironed out and updated in an upcoming patch. Hopefully. For the most part, the new character models look really good and fit with the game's PS2 aesthetic really well. Lara and Curtis, of course, being the obvious standouts here, but you've also got characters like Janice, everyone's favourite sex worker, now looking more like a 30-something-year-old lady of the night and less like your gran on a night out down the Weatherspoons with the girls from her bingo club. Then there's Pierre, no, not that one, who somehow looks worse than he did before in this remaster, but Eckhart's redesign is the most interesting one of the bunch, with his gigantic, bulky Hulk hand from the original being replaced with a much fancier looking gold glove to match his original concept art. However, for some odd reason, not all the characters in Angel of Darkness Remastered got the same treatment, and instead used their original PlayStation 2 models even when running in remastered mode. This is incredibly disappointing to see, when I was personally looking forward to seeing how they were going to remaster the Gundonator, and I'm really hoping that this will be addressed in a future patch, much like how the previous remasters received new content through updates. What also deserves a huge amount of praise, though, is how they were able to not only rework Ren's pawn shop into something actually useful, but they've also managed to resurrect the herbalist shop to sell you antidotes for the depoisoning mechanic. Yes, enemies can poison you now in this game, and also fully reworked the much-ignored notebook from Werner to be a much more useful tool. Instead of it being an item that you never really are encouraged to look at, you now have the book open itself at various moments in the game to show you important information about what you need to do next. Not only that, but at various other points you'll see a book icon appear in the bottom right, informing you that something has just been discovered and is ready to be read about in more detail inside the book. This goes a long way to alleviating the aimlessness you'd often encounter during the Parisian ghetto area, and is also a really neat way to include missing lore back into the overall story. With all that being said, I can definitely say that I have had the best time playing the Age of Darkness than I have ever done before whilst playing this remastered version. The wealth of restored content, quality of life improvements, and expansions on existing ideas and concepts really does help to make this game feel more complete. I'd hesitate to say that it's been fully redeemed, however, as the developers at Saber clearly weren't afforded the time needed to give this remaster the level of polish that it deserves, and the same can honestly be said about some of the rest of the remaster too. But I remain optimistic and hopeful that a patch or two in the future will be able to sort most of this out, and I bet you all think I sound like a broken record at this point. The irony of a game famous for releasing unfinished having a remaster also releasing unfinished is not lost on me, that's for sure. I'm just glad that there's a more accessible and simpler way to play this game without having to own a PS2, or without needing a boatload of fan patches or a degree in computer science in order to play it on modern PCs. Make no mistake, even in the states that these games are currently in, this is still the best way to enjoy this era of the franchise's history. The fact that they still managed to accomplish what they have, despite the seemingly scant amount of time that would have been afforded to the team over at Saber, is nothing short of a miracle. Essentially, they likely just had 1 year to not only put these games together, but also to enhance them, restore content, add completely new features, quality of life improvements, new textures, lighting, make custom loading screen renders, new character models, restore missing visual effects, and so much more, which is insane. So I think I can speak on behalf of everyone here when I say a massive thank you to everyone at Saber Interactive who were involved in bringing this remastered collection and the previous one to life, as it must have been quite the task to achieve. Hopefully enough of a fuss will be picked up online to aspire about all the bugs that desperately need sorting and the content that still needs finishing, so that Saber can have a chance to polish up everything and make it look and play even better. No doubt we'll receive some fixes in the near future, and I'm fairly confident that most, if not all of these issues will eventually have the chance to be ironed out and for content in AOD to be more finished. And if anything does get released and updated in the time between this video and when it actually does happen, then be sure to check the pinned comment below for any kind of updates and details as to what that might have fixed. But regardless, this remastered collection of Core's final moments is still very much worth revisiting, especially if you've never had the chance to give it a go, or if you're just curious to know what the fuss was all about with Age of Darkness. Despite some of the bugs and some of the unfinished oddities, these are still the best versions of these games that you can play and now own on every modern console of your choice, which is another win for game preservation. With this release and the collection, we now have easy access to 6 of some of the more iconic games of the series past, with the cherry on top being all the enhancements, extras, and revisions made to them. There really is no better time than right now to be a Tomb Raider fan, and I really hope the vibe and tone that these remasters give the fan base manages to successfully carry itself all the way up until the release of the next Tomb Raider game. Whenever that happens. Heck, even perhaps maybe one day we'll get a remaster collection of the WoW era games, which is Legend, Underworld, and Anniversary. You never know. Depending on how successful these remasters are, it could happen. Here's hoping Aspire are listening to all the complaints about things that need to be fixed, and that with enough time and enough dedication, the future of these games will end up being a brighter one, and not one where their legacy is forever left in darkness. Classic video games get lost to time due to many factors, like being stuck on an old console or no longer being compatible to play on modern hardware. For the lucky few, they get given a brand new lease on life to shine brighter than they'd ever done before by being remastered, reaching a whole new audience and making new fans. But for Tomb Raider, it feels like ever since the Survivor trilogy dropped, that the series have been desperately trying to make people forget the very roots the series had stemmed from. Instead of celebrating its history like other franchises have done, like Spyro and Crash, which were brilliant reimaginings of all-time classic games, it almost felt like that we were being told to forget Core Design's original adventures for Lara and to cast them off as old and outdated and not worth revisiting.
Shit.
Well, that changes today. Assembled by a crack team of people who originally worked on porting these games to Mac computers back in the 90s, as well as a collection of extremely talented members of the Tomb Raiding community, some of which I've even featured on my channel, Tomb Raider 1 to 3 Remastered brings 3 of the best Tomb Raider games ever made to PC and modern consoles, including the PS4. And what I love about these remasters is the clear level of care and love that has been poured into every aspect of it. As soon as I booted up the game and saw all the beautifully crafted and recreated menu screens for all 3 titles, now in HD with a new character model for Lara and all in widescreen with their original music for each game, I knew that this was going to be something special. Loading into Croft Manor for the first time and seeing all the carpets, bookcases, paintings, decorations, musical instruments, and the Ark of the Covenant not only brought into HD fidelity with amazing accuracy to their original counterparts, but also now packed with more detail than ever before, had me giddy at the thought of how the rest of the game's locations would look. And I'm happy to report that not only did these environments meet the same high standards set by my initial impression, but they managed to be exceeded on multiple occasions. Iconic locations like St. Francis Folly, the Lost Valley, the Great Wall, Venice, Nevada, India, and Atlantis have never looked better. In an age of retro revivals, it's great to see that this collection embraced and retained the original blocking aesthetic and used that as a base to build upon to make things look even better, as it would have been very easy for them to drastically
5 minutes of turning putting the Game Awards on.
But they took the time to not only recreate each location with loving detail, but also enhance them to make them more immersive than ever before. Each location now benefits from a new lighting engine to really help make them pop and breathe new life into these undiscovered realms.
What does it do then?
Fire and lava in rooms now glow with a deep orangey red light, toxic waste gives off a radioactive green hue, and the blue hues from a water source can all have a direct effect on the look of an environment, meaning that some locations will likely end up looking quite dramatically different to how you remember them, but god damn does it look good. Because of this, some concessions needed to be made for Tomb Raider 1. As this game didn't originally have a lighting engine per se, and instead relied upon baked-in lighting to light up its levels. So you may occasionally notice a new crack or hole in the ceiling where devs have taken
it's great to be able to freaking move around wherever you want.
Of course, with lights, there's also shadow, and in these remasters, they look fantastic, with the new real-time shadows that cast off of all objects, items, and characters, further enhancing the game's art style. Each of the game's locations also come with brand new skyboxes, which help to improve the overall aesthetic and immersion. Industrial places like Thames Wharf now look like they're part of an urban environment. Nevada's sun-kissed desert now looks amazing, but the ones I can potentially see splitting opinion are the ones for Tomb Raider 1's levels. Gone is the dark, sprawling blackness of those levels, and instead we now have appropriately tailored skyboxes to reflect the current time of day that brings a different kind of vibe to each location. I personally really dig how these look, but I can totally see how some of the more hardcore fans would be a little put off by them, as it does change the look of some videos. Thankfully though, if you wish to relive the original versions of these games, then a simple press of a button is all it takes to switch to classic mode, where all of these games can be lovingly relived in their 90s glory and in widescreen for the first time officially. What's also another first is the fact that this collection comes with each game's PC-exclusive expansion pack for the first time ever on console. This brings yet more content to the table that likely a lot of people would have never even known to have existed before playing it here. And it's also the first time these expansions have been made officially and legally available since the 90s, making it easier than ever before to give them a try. A big thing to note here with these though is that they don't come with their own dedicated save slot, meaning that you have to override a previous save slot games in order to keep your progress. It's a little bit of an oversight, but one that can hopefully be resolved in the future updates, so just bear that in mind if you give these a try. Speaking of the save system, each game uses the same multiple save slot system found in the PC releases, so you're no longer limited to just one save slot and can make as many saves as you wish, and at any point. But those lamenting the lack of save crystals need and fret, as each game has a brand new New Game Plus mode that you can unlock after beating it once, which not only adds save crystals
I'm done.
but also adds the challenge by increasing enemy damage and health. With a new coat of paint also comes the promise of a new way to control Lara in these games, with a brand new control scheme created especially
I'm done. I didn't save at all, and well, at least I know what I'm doing.
In the settings menu, you have the new option to toggle between the classic control scheme and the modern control scheme.
I should have saved right before. No, fuck. Oh.
Because I essentially had to
At least I know what I'm doing. We go now. At least I'm well aware. Alright, I'm going to turn that off and we're going to get started on the Game Awards, okay? Oh, let's get started watching the Game Awards, if it'll let me. Game. Okay, there it is. The Game Awards 2025. I don't want to watch no IGN bullshit, so we're just going to watch the Game Awards. Alright, they're live right now. Hi. Lemonade. We got a small lemonade I got from work. Great. I saw one guy said Charlie Kirk's game of the year. Charlie Kirk is a pedophile. Or a pedophile supporter at the very least. Oh, hold on. I gotta put on something warm to wear. Kind of cold, to be honest. I'm kind of cold. I am. Oh. Opening act. Yeah. But I don't. I mean, it looks good. I guess you play as a dog in this one. I mean, it makes sense. You had a movie that, like, was from the perspective of the dog, like a horror movie, the perspective of the dog. And now I guess you have a game where you play as a dog. The dogs are pretty That's pretty good. Why does everyone keep mentioning fucking Charlie Kirk? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Who cares about fucking Charlie Kirk? Nobody does, except for Republicans and idiots. His family again. Donkey Kong Bonanza's got it. Oh wait, maybe Mario Kart World. Don't forget Split Fiction. I know it. That's crazy. Congratulations, Nintendo. Game Awards is glitching. Game Awards is kind of glitching right now. Oh, that's interesting. Well, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat, yeah. I think it looks great. People yearn for Persona 4. And he donated $100. He donated $100. You ain't even getting anything. Why would you donate $100? Bro, like, come on. Yeah, $100 donation to the Game Awards. They're making money. That's why they're even getting, I mean, of course they're getting donations, right? But I'm just surprised. Well, that game looks pretty interesting. The art style is great. I wonder if you can hear the audio. If you can hear the audio, that would be fucking fantastic. Hold on. What? What the fuck? Hold on. Why didn't it show? Hold on. Hold on. What the fuck? Apparently the Game Award ain't showing on my live stream. What the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? Hold on. What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. Jesus Christ. I'm having technical
and accessibility as playable as possible by as many players as possible, and they are. Assassin's Creed Shadows.
What the hell?
Doom the Dark Ages.
Oh, it is.
EA Sports
what?
FC 26. And South of Midnight. Goes to Doom the Dark Ages.
Fine, I'll share my entire fucking screen. Entire screen. Play around. There we go. Now it's working. I had to share out my entire screen for it to fucking work. I'm just making sure the audio is working correctly. Audio's not working for the live stream. Hold on. I will fix this. I'll make it my life mission. Hold on. Also share system audio. There we go. There we go. It is working now. I can almost guarantee it. Either it is or it isn't. It better be fucking working. And I don't know what game this is. I think it's Guild Wars. What the fuck? What? The live stream should be working. Why is it not working? The live stream should be working. It was just working, bro. What the fuck? It was just working, bro. What the fuck? Share. Share. Wow. What the fuck? Share. Okay, there we go. Hold on. What the fuck? I can't tell anymore. It seems like it would be. I guess there's only one way to find out. I'll go to YouTube. Oh. Come on, tell me you're working. Tell me you're fucking working. I'm very frustrated right now. Because I have to share my entire screen. I can't share. I have to share my entire screen. Hold on. Why is audio not working? Whatever. I guess we're not going to have the audio. I guess we're not. The audio doesn't want to share audio. Fucking Game Awards, man. I'm not even making money from this stream, so I don't really care if I share the audio. I have a feeling like Counter-Strike 2 is gonna win. I just have that feeling, you know? I just think it might. Oh god! Wait, I don't know any of these guys. But I have a feeling like it's gonna be Forsaken. Like I don't even know who he is. But that must be what I don't know any of these guys, so I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, because the life. Tomb Raider. This guy's like Tomb Raider. We're gonna see Tomb Raider, man. Trust me, we are gonna see Tomb Raider. I definitely ain't doing another TikTok video. I remember they were showing this game. They showed this game a few times in the last couple of years. Ugh. I mean, that's a good-looking game. That's a good-looking game. Hey, there we go. Nintendo Switch 2. Looking great. That's amazing. I'm probably not playing it on Steam. My computer probably won't be able to run it. But it looks good. It looks genuinely good. I think. I don't play mobile games for the most part. I did mention earlier that I would play Tomb Raider the remasters on my phone, but that's about it. Looks like some Lord of the Rings stuff. Ben Starr. Alan Thomas? I know Ben Starr. I think he voiced main character of Final Fantasy 16. That's very interesting. Working. I mean, this looks interesting. I wouldn't buy it, but it looks interesting. It's apparently going to be on the Epic Game Store. Neat. Will it be easier if I had friends? Hey, I'm not, you know, I'm not harping on myself for it, but no, it'll be easier. But yeah. Nothing bolts 2. You want a Banjo Kazooie Nothing bolts 2? What do you mean it's nothing bolts? No way it's Banjo. No way it's Banjo. I would kill. I would kill for a new Banjo game. Absalom. I have a feeling Claire Obscura is gonna freaking win. Knew it. I fuck. Very interesting. The last bet. So the platform game where you play through scenarios from other games. Bradley the Badger. That seems fun. Seems fucking crazy. Evan Peters, I like it. I like Evan Peters. He's all right. Kind of reminds me of Lollipop Chainsaw a little bit. Kind of does. Man, these guys are donating $100. Well, actually, no. I don't know why ARS. Could be like $1, $2, $3, $5. I'm guessing it's like around 100 or 50. Stupid never does. Yeah. Stupid never dies. It'd be on PS5 and Steam. I wish it was on other platforms too, but hey, maybe it's a timed exclusive. Minecraft movie. I was wrong there. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong there. All my homies, he says. That was pretty nice. A pretty nice orchestra. Some guy complaining about a guy sucking on guitar. Who cares, honestly? I mean, pretty good to me. I mean, I'm not a avid guitar player, but tell you what, it looks good. I saw Kojima. I saw Hideo Kojima. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. He lost his dad. I mean, that's crazy. Oh, I know Jeffrey Wright. He was in, I think he was in the Batman. For 6. 82. And you got in 4. And you got in 4. Hey, I know that one of those guys, one of them used to work at GameSpot. I think back in the 2000s, he worked at GameSpot.
Hi, welcome. So
The Interstellar? No. What was that game? The Intergalactic or Interstellar? The movie, I think. Was that Intergalactic? That Sony game, like Naughty Dog. Star Wars? What? What? Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Oh man, man, that looks cool. What platform is it coming out on? Is it coming out for Xbox? Is it coming on platform? It's biggie. Oh god. Oh, what the fuck? Man, it's biggie. I thought they were coming out with a Knights of the Old Republic remake, but bro, you just embarrassed yourself. That's a Muppet. God damn it. Capcom sale. Mm. Kind of reminds me of Left 4 Dead. Looks like Left 4 Dead. That's cool. That seems fun. What's the mystery, man? Not Half-Life 3, guys. Wait, what? What is this? Oh. Interesting. I like a good mystery. What's controversial mystery? I don't know what's so Wait. Why is this controversial mystery? I don't even know what this game is. It's not Elden Ring, is it? Could this be Diablo? Kind of what it reminds me of now. Oh no. Baldur's Gate? It's Larian Studios, but I don't know like if it's Baldur's Gate 3 or Baldur's Gate 4. Divinity. Oh. Okay. Okay. Hey, Maggie. It's only been 2 months since we've seen Maggie. Or maybe a little less than 2 months. I think the end of October is the last time we saw her. Oh! He played what was his name? He played freaking Carl Heisenberg. Carl Heisenberg. That's who it was. Best liar. Charlie Cox. Charlie Cox. Hey, Troy Baker. If Troy Baker wins, that would be fucking wild. I think Charlie Cox will win. Could be Troy. Wait, what? I don't even know this woman. I mean, she's pretty, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what she's acted in though. I think. Congratulations to her. That's pretty exciting. I need a drink. I am gonna cheat today. You get one of my Pepsi. Hey, JJ Abrams. I knew something based on Left 4 Dead was coming. I'll be honest, I don't really want to play it. Mm. Ugh. Oh, so you play the granny. Coven of the Chicken Foot. I guess she has chicken feet or something. I mean, it might be interesting. The creator of Soma. On Toss, on Tooth, and Frictional Games. I mean, it might be good. I don't know how to pronounce it though. $44 for Epic Games free to be unveiled. Okay. There we go. Resident Evil Requiem on Nintendo Switch 2. Final Fantasy 7 Remake! Incredible. You know? How many consoles? January 2020. Okay. Let's go for the month away. 2XKO. Never heard of it, but I guess it's coming to console. Good pass. Because I try not to buy as many physical games. Give me them digital, and I will consider it. I know that this company. They made Flower, they made Flow, and they made Journey. Consume me. Death spell it. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. South of Midnight. It would be crazy if South of Midnight won. Water Stop. Never heard of it. That's cool. Hey, that's pretty cool. Being honest. So hey, Xbox got a game award for That's cool. I have not played South of Midnight, to be honest with you. That's one game I do want to try to get. I know Compulsion Games does great work. And, you know, Xbox Game Studios deserves a win. One of these, you know. Hey, that's an announcement. There's an announcement. South of Midnight coming to PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch 2. That's pretty cool. That's epic. That is. By the way, releasing on Epic too, Microsoft. Clapping right now because they're talking about Resident Evil. Leon, show Leon. You better show Leon tonight. Oh, no, that's Grace. That's Grace. Yep, so that was the guy in who Postmortem Lividity. Playing as Leon. Oh, yep, the leaks were right. Elpis. Operation Elpis. Victor Gideon. His name is Victor Gideon. Perfect. Perfect. That's what I needed to see. Just what I needed. Whoa! Epic! Leon is back. Fuck yeah! Though there's two storylines. So there's two storylines in the game. That's exciting. Fucking A, Game Awards. Fix your shit. It's definitely not my internet. Could be my internet, but I doubt it. Order of the Thinking Star. That was excellent, by the way. That Resident Evil Requiem got me pumped. But one game that's gonna probably have me pumped in a minute is Tomb Raider. Oh, Order of the Thinking Star, whatever. Damn right, straight there. Exodus. I wish people would stop mentioning Charlie Kirk in this freaking these posts, you know, or these comments. Look at them. Well, half of them are mentioning Charlie Kirk. As if Charlie Kirk is, you guys are just racist bigots. I guarantee. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Fuck. 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 Fucking shit. Hold on. Damn it. Fuck. We just missed a little bit of it.
right, bruh.
Wonder what game this is. So it's got to be a studio that we know of. I don't know who it could be. Oh, Remedy. Okay. Is this Control 2? I like the original. I think it might be. Remedy Entertainment. I think this might be Control 2. But the question is it Epic Games Store exclusive, or is it published by Epic Games, or is it multi-platform, like fully multi-platform? And you know what I mean, right? Like on Steam and stuff, and GOG. One of the great things about the original is you didn't need I mean, purchase it on Epic Games, but you didn't need to purchase on Epic Games. You could get it on Steam, you could get it on GOG. I think I purchased it on all those platforms, to be honest. Okay. Control Resonant. Because this is a sequel to Control, I guess. It's coming to Epic Games Store, Steam, and all platforms. Oh, come on. Hey, I know that guy. He was in Doctor Strange. I forget his name. Wong. I think it was Benedict Wong, right? Is that who it is? Nagoshi Studio. Is this like a dragon? I think it might be Yakuza / like a dragon. Looks like Benedict Wong from Marvel. Gang of Dragon. Okay. Oh, is this a movie? What's Chun Li? She's my main in Street Fighter. If I ever play Street Fighter, she's the one I go with. Okay. Hey, Legendary Pictures. Love Legendary. No, Chun Li. Wait, Chun Li's in this, right? I must have missed it. Hey, I know him. He was in that movie. Final Fantasy 14. Fortnite. Helldivers 2. Marvel Rivals. No Man's Sky. I swear, No Man's Sky wins awards every year. That's like one of the few games that wins awards every year. So You know, the other day I was playing Batman Arkham Origins, and I was also playing Arkham Asylum. So hey, Nintendo Switch 2. That's pretty exciting. Come on, I just gotta go to Virtual Fighter. Or Virtual Fighter. You know, GTA 6. Really? I knew it. I fucking knew that would win. There was no way it wasn't gonna win. This is rigged. Oh, Tokon, oh no. I don't know what game this is actually. I thought it was Tokon Fighting Warriors, but I don't think it is. Oh, Cosmic Invasion. Amazon Luna. Hey, there you go. So in 2 minutes, the new game is going to be, or the Epic Game Store, the free game is going to be unveiled. I remember Felicia Day. Hogwarts Legacy is a free game for the Epic Game Store. Hey, I already own the game, so I guess it doesn't matter. I was hoping it would be something else. No idea why they showed that. Why they waited till they release the free game. Then 6 days, the next free day game, and then it'll be daily free games, I guess. See, that's actually a really hard film school to get into. I would want to go to USC, but unfortunately, my grade aren't great enough that I could ever be accepted into there. All right, get the Tomb Raider, Jeff. It's been way too long. I've been waiting way too long. Come on, Jeff. There we go. There we go. Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider. There we go. Beautiful game. Absolutely beautiful. Tomb Raider Catalyst. I guess the rumors about Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis were wrong, I guess. Amazon Game Studios. Is that what they're calling them now? I thought it was Amazon Games. I guess they're now called Amazon Game Studios. Wait, what? Oh. No way. 2 games? 2 games? What? 2 games? Oh, shit. What? No way. We're getting 2 Tomb Raider games. That's crazy. Holy shit! Wow! We're getting 2 Tomb Raider games. That's incredible. I was hoping that it would be like just we're just getting the remake. Just but we're getting 2. Damn. That's incredible. Incredible. So happy about this, guys. So fucking happy about this. I still can't believe. I still can't believe, guys. We're getting 2 fucking Tomb Raider games. It's incredible. It's fucking incredible. Amazing, incredible. I'm very happy. Very fucking happy. Oh, I know what game this is. Force 3. I don't ever. I don't. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't buy the game, but that's just me. And I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. Exclusive. Yeah. I wouldn't play this. I mean, I wouldn't play it, but I guess some people might look forward to it, you know? Mm-hmm. Muppets, man. Kojima hasn't won an award yet. Sorry, Kojima. It doesn't look like you're winning any game awards. It doesn't look like you're winning anything. Probably gonna win Game of the Year at this point. It already has 2 awards under its belt. Crazy. Metroid Prime 4. Spectacular game. I've heard people say it's spectacular, so probably is. On Switch 1 and Switch 2. So if you don't have a Switch 2, you can play it on Switch 1. Which I might do, I don't know. Is this what's that game called? Power World? Looks like Power World. Oh no, Animo. Hey, you know, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Oh, hey, look at the fourth wall. How do you know I'm streaming right now? Oh, Diablo is the next announcement. Diablo? I think they're gonna announce Diablo pretty soon. Mephisto, Lord of Hatred. Yep, I knew it. Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. So you're gonna finally gonna face Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred. April. Oh, Jesus. I know quite a few people are gonna probably play it. Deadpool. Deadpool's finally in the game, apparently. Marvel Rivals. Oh wow, that's crazy. For anyone, if anyone's asking, I'm not sure if anyone's watching, but if anyone's asking why there's no audio, I've been trying to get the audio to work, but it's not working. So next time I do this, I'm probably gonna stream on OBS because at least then the audio will work. So just saying, guys. And by the way, streaming on YouTube is a little bit different than streaming on Twitch. Gemma, is that Gemma Chan? Gemma Chan, yeah, it's Gemma Chan. I do think this game looks pretty good. Woo! Everyone loves James Bond. Claire, is that Claire Obscura? Yeah, it's Claire Obscura. I think we might have gone through the highlights, you know. I wonder what else they're going to. Someone's saying Half-Life 3. Yeah. You're unlikely to get Half-Life 3 announced. Half-Life 7. But where did the other 4 Half-Life games go that would be required for Half-Life 7 to be in the works? God. Some of these guys in the comment section are really ridiculous. I mean, they don't get people on the Game Awards comment section. Obviously, my comment section don't get 0 people on it. Hey! Oh, this is interesting. What game is this? Looks interesting. A JRPG. I didn't think they would show a JRPG. Seven Deadly Sins Origin. No, nope. I never seen the game before in my life. Hey, Epic Game Sales, yay! Anyway, gifting now available. You can now gift on the Epic Game Store. Holiday sale, woo! December 11th. That's January 8th. I'll remember that, but yep. Buddy, I already know. I've already checked the Epic Game Store. I already know that Hogwarts Legacy is a game they're giving away for free. Hey, I'll play that. Oh yeah, I bought the 2014 Lord of the Fallen game. I played the 2014 version. I bought the 2014 game and on GOG. It was available on GOG, so I purchased it. It was on sale, I think. I think it was like a few bucks. Wasn't bad. Maybe $1.49. I forget, to be honest here. Gonna go to Mario Kart World. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I don't even know who Housemark is, to be honest. Oh, they made Stardust? I didn't know. I don't know, man. Hey, Dan Elder. I know him. I think we know what's going to win Game of the Year. Claire Obscure is going to win 3 or 4 awards by now. There's no fucking way that it's not Game of the Year. No law. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, no one could have anticipated. Does that mean a new game announcement? Please tell me it's a new game announcement. Oh, thank God the audio is not working, because I would hate to be playing an Evanescence song and get a copyright strike. No. I love Evanescence, by the way. Amy Lee is one of the greatest greatest artists ever.
Some legends are destined to be retold.
Congratulations, the show is awesome so far. I mean, granted. Wait, Devil May Cry. What? Devil May Cry 2. Oh, season 2? Oh. That's interesting. And then a Nintendo Switch too. Cool. Oh, I know her. She was in Monster Hunter and the old Resident Evil movies. Oh, that's funny. Raiders. And guess what? It went to our Raiders. Nice. That's sweet. David Harbour. Dave, what are you doing here? I didn't know Dave was a gamer, or is he not? I don't know. Is it Warhammer? Yeah, there you go, David. Okay. I'm not really interested in Total War or but I love it. If you're a fan of Total War, I'm sure you'll buy the game. What game is that? Oh. Isn't this the pilot game? Yeah. What was that game called? Ace Pilot, I think that's what it is. Ace something. Ace Combat. Ace Combat. That's what it is. Ace Combat. I was thinking about it for a little bit. Pilot, that doesn't make sense. I think it's Ace Combat, if I recall. Am I right? Congratulations to me guessing the name of this game. Of course, Bandai Namco was a freaking spoiler, but you know. Oh, hey, Star Wars. Another Star Wars game. 2 Star Wars games this show. Epic Games Publishing presents A Handcrafted World. Carla and Kurt. Yeah, looks interesting. Hideo Kojima. Wait, what? Ah! Jeff Keighley's such a bore. You hear that, Jeff Keighley? Today's a number. Oh, that's funny. Funny. Game looks interesting. In the Ryzen 9000 series. Okay. Impressive. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't play it. At least One Republic's doing something. I don't remember them being okay for a while. At the PlayStation. Is this Neo 2? No, not Neo 2. Neo 3. I mean, it could be, for all I know. I don't know. To be honest with you, I have no idea what this game is. Phantom Blade Zero. Okay. Nine 2026. Well, you know, game of Claire Obscura is going to win. Claire Obscura is going to win. Sorry, Kojima, you didn't do anything. I thought Ghost of Yote might win, but, you know. I guess Claire Obscura is just going to take home everything. I guess. Let's go, Claire Obscura. I knew it. I fucking knew it. How long do we have left? Mega Man. Mega Man? What about Mega Man? Is it Mega Man 12? Yeah. I had a feeling like it probably could have been Mega Man 12. Oh, no. It's a new game called Mega Man Dual Override. 2027. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox, and Steam. Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch 1, I guess. Super Mario Galaxy movie. That's epic. Koei Tecmo. This is either done. Oh no, this is Neo 3. I was talking about Neo 3 earlier, but I think this is going to be Neo 3 or whatever, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, there you go. There's your Neo 3, guys. And why just PS5 at this point? You might as well release an Xbox. Just saying. What game could this be? Play free? Holy shit. Free? Yep, Expedition 33 is going to win. It is. There's no way it's not. It's won at least 8 awards so far, maybe. Maybe less than that, a little less than that, but it's won quite a few awards. There's no way at this point. They're free to surprise me. They're free to surprise me, man. Surprise, as it were. All right, let's hear Claire Obscura win Game of the Year. Let's hear it. I know it's going to happen. I have a feeling it's going to happen. It's the probability game. If a game wins so many awards, it's likely to win Game of the Year. I love Big, right? Probability never fails, man. Yeah. All right. Well, okay. That was the Game Awards. I hope everyone enjoyed. I am done. See ya.